Hello everyone and welcome to the Portrait Open category, and we are very proud to have this sponsored by Ilford. So Ilford make beautiful fine art printing papers as well as film and chemicals that you can process your films. Film has definitely done a resurgence in the last few years. So if you are needing Ilford products, just head to your local photographic store or even contact CR Kennedy in Auckland direct, and they also supply them. So the Portrait Open category, we are about to do a run through of the entries into the Portrait Open. So these are the entries that have come through from the from the preliminary round. So each entrant has one entry that has come through to the live judging round. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Portrait Open category of the 2020 IRIS Professional Photography Awards. And again, a huge thank you to our sponsor, Ilford. So I'm going to start by reading out the category descriptor. The slideshow you've just seen is a slideshow of all entries that have come through from the preliminary round. So in the preliminary round, entries were judged by a panel of judges who all judged those independently, and the scores will be provided to entrants after all the judging has concluded. And the one entry per entrant has come through to the live judging, and that is the highest scoring entry for each entrant. So I'm going to start by just reading out the category descriptor. So this category, Portrait Open, is of photographs taken with the intention of illustrating a character or identity. This category is for conceptual and or interpretive photographic portraits. There are no restrictions on the type of portrait entered, and it can include photographs of pets and animals, or portraits of pets and animals. Okay, I'm going to let all of the judges just very briefly introduce themselves, and then we will get straight into the judging. So I'm going to start with, if you can all unmute yourself, start with Chris.
Hi guys, I'm Chris Anderson. I'm a commercial photographer from Brisbane, specializing in performing arts. This is my first time judging in the IRIS Awards, and I'm loving it. It is such an honor to be asked, and I can't wait to get to this category today.
Thank you. Karen.
Hi, I'm Karen Alsop, Melbourne, Australia, master photographer with the AIPP. This is the second time judging for the NZIPP, and I'm absolutely loving this format, being able to judge from Melbourne. And yeah, just can't wait to see what comes up in the category. Thanks for having me.
Awesome, thank you. Catherine.
Hey everyone, Catherine Katanek, portrait photographer based in Wellington, master with distinction of the NZIPP in a few bars, and current president of the NZIPP. Yep, really looking forward to this category. Thanks everyone.
Thank you. Mandy. Can you unmute yourself, please, Mandy?
Rookie mistake there. Hi, I'm Mandy Lynn, portrait photographer based out of Wellington. I'm a master with 4 bars, and I am incredibly looking forward to judging this amazing work today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Rocco.
Hello everyone, Rocco Ancora from Melbourne, Australia. I've been a professional photographer for over 26 years and been a member of the IPP for 25 of those years. I'm a Grand Master with the IPP with 1 platinum bar. I shoot mainly portraits, weddings, and some commercial work. So I'm really looking forward to this category and looking forward to judging with some of the best in the industry. So thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Rocco. Pleasure to have you here. Melissa.
Hey, I'm Melissa Anderson. I'm a Brisbane-based photographer, have been a photographer for over 25 years, been a member of the AIPP for that long as well. It's a complete honour to be here, to see the incredible work that we are about to judge, and thank you for having me. It's a blessing to be here.
Thank you. Tony.
Yeah, hi, I'm Tony Carter. I'm a portrait photographer based in New Plymouth in Taranaki. I'm 6 times New Zealand Photographer of the Year and a Grand Master, and I'm just really looking forward to this specialist category for me.
Awesome. And Sarah Lee.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sarah Lee. I'm a portrait photographer in Whangarei, Northland, and I'm very honoured to be invited back for the second time to judge at the NZIPP, and I can't wait to see what's been created today.
Fantastic. Have I forgotten anyone? I just want to do a shout out to our team around the country helping run these awards. Michael running the Zoom session and live streaming down in Palmerston North. Harry up in Auckland doing so much behind the scenes with all the data and images and sorting and all the sorts of things. And Shah and Paul in Christchurch who are going through similar bits and pieces, and the team here, we've got Jan Marie Vidanovic here helping us, and also Tracy and myself. So we are going to start off with a panel with Catherine Katanek, Tony, Rocco, Melissa, and Sarah Lee. And if the rest of you wouldn't mind muting yourselves and turning off your video, we can get started.
Sorry, Kay, I couldn't hear who you selected. Am I on or off?
You're
It's
off at the
Mandy.
moment. Thanks, Mandy.
Okay, no worries.
Okay, and we are set to go. Can we have the first image, please? Tony, just waiting on you, Tony. And we have a score of 71. Solid professional practice. Can I call on Rocco for a comment for the photographer?
Yeah, absolutely. Really enjoyed the color palette of this picture and the soft tones. I feel the crop is a little tight and would have loved to have seen more of the styling, revealing a little bit more about the personality and the story of the subject.
Awesome, thank you. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 86, silver with distinction. And that's well done to that photographer for the their entry. I'm going to call on Melissa. Would you like to make a comment? You're sort of basically around that middle range.
Yeah, I think it's a really topical concept that has been well executed, that visually portrays something that should be concerned. It's been competently handled. Yeah, there's a lot of different elements. The composition is lovely, reading from the left to the right. The selection of colour, the different blues through there are really professionally handled, and congratulations to the photographer. A great job and well concept and good concept, well executed.
Awesome, thank you very much. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 89 first up. So Catherine is challenging on 92.
Yeah, okay, so I've given this a gold. Very, very strong initial impact here. This is one I'd kind of like to spend a bit more time with, but it is immediately giving me a very strong narrative, so I'm dead impressed with that. So this guy is just sort of possessed by these demons. He's got them all in the pictures around him, and then what's really getting me and taking me to gold is the way the photographer has echoed that in the structure of the building with the windows behind to make those eyes, which then, you know, you can see them in these cartoony pictures. I'm quite intrigued by the fact that a lot of the images behind him are so demonic and threatening, and yet he's making these quite colourful, cartoony kind of characters. He's chained there to the easel. He's covered in paint. He's also covered in art himself. I feel like the photographer is handling their light really well here. It's very, very blue, but then the green light all reflected on him. I just think this is quite outstanding storytelling and communication. So, yeah.
Now, I'm going to come first off to Melissa, who's on 86.
Yep. So now I should disclose I have seen this image before. I haven't judged it before. I guess I put it into a silver distinction range, and I'm certainly listening. I found the different colour maybe a little bit distracting, the sort of the greener colour on the subject, the cold light on the completed canvases. I did, and I guess conceptually I was trying to make the link as to why we were painting colourful subjects, whereas the background and the environment that was so dominant was sort of cold. So in saying that, I obviously I've put it in a silver distinction, and I'm still listening, but I was looking for a little bit more meshing of all those different elements together.
And I'll come to you, Rocco, for a comment.
Absolutely. First of all, thank you, Catherine, for challenging this, because I think we really need to talk about this image. I see an artist here who's a slave to his art, but this has been very, very masterfully put together. When you look at the composition and the balance of this, I'm going to begin first with the easel on the left. On the top of the easel, the diagonal line that then leads us to the artist. Then the canvas of what he's painted on the right-hand side, and the top of that, how that diagonal leads you to the artist. And everything is pointing to him. And the choice of green is quite purposefully done, because green, we associate green with tension and uneasiness, and that really comes forward in this picture. So, Catherine, thank you once again, because I am going up, and the more I look at this, the more I love it.
Thank you. Is anyone else wanting to make a comment? Because we are talking about gold. Tony.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on 88, and I love the centre character and the eyes above and everything. But yes, it's the other stuff on either side, the canvases and things. It just sort of feels like it's a little bit paint by numbers. Just add these things in, or I find the weight of them distracting. It's distracting me away from the interesting centre. So that's where I was sort of struggling a wee bit for getting it to gold. No, I don't think I'll be coming up. I'll just be staying right where I am at the moment.
Thank you. And you scored that 88, so solid silver distinction. We will go back to Catherine for right of reply.
Yeah, thank you, Rocco, for your support. I feel that it's answering quite a lot of Mel's concerns there. For me, the green, it's not only tension and uneasiness, but it's also that sort of sickliness of it, and so it could sort of show a bit of mental illness here. As Rocco said, he's a slave to his art. For me, those elements are meshing together, Mel. Tony, I actually really love what you just said about the paint by numbers and the canvases, and Mel, what you were saying about those canvases being a bit cartoony. For me, that's adding to the story, because he's sort of stuck with, and they are kind of, they all look really similar on the right, they are cartoony. So he's trying to express his demons, but they're coming out in this sort of not banal, but benign way, even though he's so possessed. So that lack of the meshing of the elements that you're saying there, Mel, for me that's part of the story here. I think it's really, really clever, and I think that I'm sort of seeing more in it the longer I'm here. He is painting by numbers. He's got that whole stack there to work through. This is a chore. He's not going to get anywhere in purging his demons, because he's chained there and he's churning out these weird pictures. It's really very clever. Yeah, gold for me, absolutely.
Thank you. Can we all rescore, judges? And Catherine, you will hold your score, and all of the judges have the right or the opportunity to move their scores or change their scores. And we have a gold award at 90. So good conversation there, and I'm sure that photographer is going to be very excited. Can we have the next image, please? Scores, please, judges. And we have a score of 78, a bronze award, solid bronze award. However, we are having a challenge from Melissa.
Yeah, I scored this as a silver distinction. I think this is a very innovative and unique perspective on a sensory experience of a human body. I think it's a central image. It's about skin texture, it's about curves, it's about lines, it's about symmetry. As humans, we find symmetry attractive, and I enjoy that that all of these different textures and these elements and these angles are brought together and reach out to us. And I think it's very new, very unique, and it's taken a lot of communication, a lot of craft. It's been delicately handled, and I'm in silver distinction, but it's currently sitting on a 78. I'd like to see if I can talk and get this to come up to a silver.
Thank you. And we will come to Sarah Lee, who's on 73.
Thank you, Kay. I enjoy the beautiful silhouette and all the textures there. I do find that perhaps the cropping is, in terms of right up the top where it's cutting just below the nose, is drawing a lot of attention to the mouth and the chin area, and that's perhaps not the most defined or the most in focus. And I also find where her bottom, for lack of a word, cuts through it, there's a lot of distortion, and I'm expecting to see, you know, a silhouette, and it's not sort of forming as I expect.
Thank you. Can I get a comment from Catherine?
Yeah, so I gave this 76. I think I'm going to come up into silver because this is not what you expect. For me, this isn't really even about curves or texture. It's about this really awkward shape, and I'm kind of loving that. I mean, initially it bothered me. I find it all quite discordant. I mean, for me, it almost looks like somebody's bearing their chest, and I know it's not. And then that shape that is created by the bottom, and then the arms coming down. It's really quite unusual, and I would like to reward it for the originality and that what they've presented us with here.
Awesome, thank you. Can we please have a right reply from Melissa?
Yeah, I think this, you know, whether you're looking at this from a surrealist perspective or a cubist perspective, this is taking a portrait of a human body and it's representing it in a very surreal and abstract manner. So we're seeing the breast, you know, potentially you can see them as eyes, and the nose that comes in there, and then the mouth down the bottom. It's completely changing our perspectives and making us question what we're looking at. In terms of the lips and the nose and that cropping, I really enjoy the fact that it's cropped off that nose. I don't want this to be a portrait of a person that I can identify. To me, this is about a body. So this is the mouth, this is sensory, this is line, shapes, textures, portraits, and I love the mystery that this creates and the questions it raises in our brain, and I think we should reward it accordingly. So I'd encourage everyone to come.
Thank you. Can I get you all to rescore, judges? So it's currently sitting on 78. Melissa is asking for a silver. And we have a silver award at 81. Congratulations. And I'm going to just do a quick judge change. Karen, are you able to pop in? And Catherine, you can have a little break. Thank you.
Thank you.
And can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 82, silver award. And we are going to have a challenge from Tony, who is on 92.
Yeah, 92. I have seen this type of work done before, and but I think this is done to such a high level, and it's just, I think it's very perfect in its execution and its emotion. I love the sort of protective nature of either sisters or mother, daughter, or whatever. But the two eyes of each people sort of turned in there are really the focal point. And then your eye just slowly roams around the rest of this misty image. Color palette is divine. Printing, or not printing, but the image quality is perfect. How it bleeds off into the darkness, and just those beautiful water droplets all placed in there. Everything's just quite perfect. Blue hues are amazing, and I sort of find it hard to find faults in it. So for me, it's gold.
Okay, I'm going to come to Karen, who is on 78.
Yeah, sure. I see all of that, Tony. I feel like it is a stunning image, but I'm just struggling to bring it up to that range beyond a bronze award. I could potentially go up to silver, I think. It does feel a little bit to me like it's falling, like they're falling over or they're tilted. I feel a little bit uneasy about the angle that they're standing on. So perhaps you can help me with that. Keen to hear more.
Melissa, comment from you.
It might come to me. So I scored this in a silver range. And Tony, I want to come with you. So please find a way that I can, because I love the feeling of this image. This is all about feel. It's not about seeing detail. It's not about it is based on technique, but this is a feeling, and that's what this whole portrait is. It's the all that we've got is this connection and that feeling, that embrace between, I'm presuming, a mother and a daughter. I would agree, it's been beautifully handled. The texture is lovely and enhances it. The styling is great. The skin tones are beautiful. I guess I'm comfortable sitting in a silver, and I would love to come up, but I'm just looking for a little bit more to be able to give me a reason to come higher.
Awesome. And we will go back to Tony for a comment, for a right of reply.
I always like, when an image comes up and it's you automatically get an emotional response to it. So that's the biggest tick I think you can give, especially with portraits, okay? But then when you start to look into it, you can just feel the love, and you can feel the perfection. The body language is quite beautiful. You're getting that contact with the hands, the hair falling evenly on both sides of the face, but you're not seeing the inner details of everything else. But you can just feel it. It's something that it's stripped away to its bare essentials, really. But if you try and do this type of work, it's very, very hard to get this sort of things right. But you don't feel like that when you look at this. You think it feels very natural and easy to look at. I actually quite like the tilt of the angle. I think the angle of the bodies into each other is great, and just even how we're looking at it slightly on the tilt. I think the mother's head bent over into the daughter fixes that problem for me, and it just feels quite natural. I think it's cropped beautifully, and I think it's just been done, to such a great high level that you don't even think about the technicalities. Just look at pure love and joy and happiness. 92.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Tony. So Tony is on 92. The image has scored 82. Please rescore. And we have a score of 87, silver distinction. So solid silver distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have the next image, please? Yes, please. Yes, Karen, you're right. And we have a score of 89, silver with distinction. We have a challenge from, I'm going to take Tony. Tony is on 96.
Okay, that means somebody's obviously pretty close. That's nice. Yeah, 96. Oh boy, where do you start with this? I mean, perfection. I mean, this here, you can read quite a few different stories into it about, people dispossessed off their land. White paint signifying, who's taken their land off them, maybe. That's one way of reading it. And just that the baldness and then the shadowing behind of the natural landscape on the shadow, with the trees. This here has been handled to such a beautiful degree of mastery, easily storytelling. Love that little bit of green coming in at the top left-hand corner. The body language of the person, the circular nature. So very contemporary approach to an age-long subject and problem that this world has. 96.
Thank you. Melissa, I'm going to come to you. You're on 82.
I am. So I enjoy the image. I think it's been very well handled. That's why I've put it into a silver category, and obviously I'm listening. I wanted a little bit more of a stronger message. I actually found the green to the top left a little bit distracting, and I can see that it balances against the deceased leaves on the right-hand side outside of the circle, but I just found I was drawn up into that top area. I wanted a little bit more clarity so that I could actually feel exactly what this image is about. I don't disagree. It's been handled beautifully. I enjoy the posing, the styling, but to me, even though it's quite simple, I just wanted more clarity from it. Happy to listen and happy to come up.
I'm going to come to Karen first off. You're sort of in that middle range.
Yeah, I am open to coming up there. It is a really impactful piece. I hadn't even noticed that green at the top until it was drawn, until I was looking further. And I actually feel that balances it out. It goes from a monochromatic image to just that little play of color there. And it's stunning. I want to read it for longer. I want to work out what the story is. There is something more there that I don't understand. So yeah, I think I'll be coming up.
Thank you. Rocco.
Oh, well, the subjective nature of photography and art and the way we read it. I mean, Tony sees one story and I see another story which I'm about to divulge, but I guess it comes down to different levels of equivalence in what we see in art. Look, having experienced, I guess, a family member that has gone through breast cancer, I see this as a piece, as an homage to someone who's been through a lot of pain. The bandages around the breast area, symbolizes that. The background and the shadow on the wall, we have remnants of what was. We have the twigs and that represented maybe a hair and the little leaves falling away and the sickness, I guess, leaving her body. And then that little bit of green in the top left-hand corner, well, that's life, And the photographer here has chosen not to show us a pretty flower or anything like that, but just in its simplest form, which is greenery. Greenery is life. It means something is alive, and that's the hope. And it's up on the top left-hand side in the along the diagonal of the sinister line, and it just takes your eye there, but then not too powerfully, because it just then brings you back into this into the central figure, and it just works so well that it's just was so well put together, and it's so emotive. I think this is definitely gold distinction. So thank you, Tony, for challenging, and thank you for being there.
Thank you. And we will come back to Tony for a right of reply.
Oh, I really enjoyed the way you look at that, Rocco. I think that the smart imagery, especially in a competition, which this is, can be open-ended and interpreted by the viewer's own personal feelings of life or what's going on. So, but yeah, I think that little bit of green, Mel, as Rocco said, and I sort of figured it out as we were going on, and Karen, that, you know, looking sort of the head pointing up to that, and that is always hope and new life. No matter what you're reading, however you read the image, that's what that means, and I'm sure that's what is intended. So 96 sounds like a nice number. Thank you.
Can I get all judges please to rescore? Tony, you hold yours. And we have a solid gold with distinction at 95. Congratulations to the photographer. Fantastic conversation and interpretations, I guess, from how photographers interpret images. Big breath. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 75, a bronze award. And all very, very similar scores there. I'm going to call on Karen for a comment, please.
Yeah, it falls really well in that score. I think it's a beautiful image. I spent a while just kind of looking at it. I don't really know how to bring it up further, perhaps just the connection that we have to the subject. But yeah, it's a great result. Well done.
Thank you, Karen. And can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 84. And are we happy with that score? You're going to challenge. Thank you, Sarah Lee. You're on 94.
Yeah. 94, yeah. So I did put this in the gold range. I think it's a beautiful study of rainbow youth, and at the same time, it's about showing character but hiding it through anonymity. So we never see her face full on. I think every image has got such beautiful motion to it. So it's like going through all the different emotions of someone at that age, and learning about who they are and what they want in life. And there's the umbrella that features heavily, which obviously relates to rainy days and, you know, the darkness of the negative emotions that come with it. And then when the umbrella is not there, there's this blue sky reflection, and it's all there's so much in it in terms of what you could read and just the journey of this particular person, who it's very personal, but then it can relate to so many of the youth these days. And I think it's bright, colourful, hopeful, and I think there's a lot going for it. I think it deserves gold.
Awesome. I'm going to come to Karen, who's at 77. But that's all right. This is what this is all about.
That's right. Yeah, I'm open to coming up. I immediately felt, you know, it was very joyful and colourful, and it did show that character. I wasn't sure about that middle one being without her. I'd like to maybe know more about why I think that middle one draws your attention, and then you're kind of taken away from her and from her character by looking at the middle. So that's sort of how I felt with that. And even just the layout's clever with all of the round framing there, but it's almost for me not actually gelling with the umbrella feel. So I don't know whether that I'm completely off the mark here, but whether a different layout could enhance that whole theme as well. So just a few thoughts, but I'm really listening.
Okay, Melissa, would you have a comment?
Yeah, so I scored this 84, and it's something I really enjoy this series. I enjoy the intimate nature of it. The technique alone is, to be able to create movement working through a bellowed or refracted lens or curved lens or whatnot, however this has been created, is really beautiful. I enjoy the colour. For me, this was a journey of a young woman or a girl coming into a young woman and her identity and trying to figure out who she is. And so all of these different elements, from the colour and obviously going to that bright red is her finding her own personality. I particularly do enjoy the centre circle, because to me that represents that we're talking about a world where it's a full spectrum and there's complete freedom. And that's what we're seeing in this mesh of colour, where colours are blurring, as opposed to a traditional sort of environment of black or white or shades of grey. So for me, I actually felt that it meshed well visually, it handled well, and I particularly enjoy the bottom right-hand image with that movement and freedom, but showing the face as the resolution image that gives us this story. So I was sitting just shy of a silver distinction. I'll probably look to come up, but yeah, congratulations the photographer. It's beautiful.
Awesome. Tony, you wanting to comment?
Yeah, I sort of find the colours quite garish and the circles painful. So I'm going to come up to gold. I think it's I think it's so well done. I mean, when you really start to live with it and look at it, it's getting 9 shots with an umbrella and making an interesting story out of it, just technically, is quite clever. And I sort of find when your eye rolls around them, you're pulled into all the right places. So that's quite cleverly done, really. And I actually quite like the central image being a little bit blank, but still that hint of colour in the right places. So well done, and thanks for letting us have a hard look at this. I'm going to come up to gold.
Thank you, and we'll come back to you, Sarah Lee, for right of reply.
Awesome. So I just want to speak to the centre image and that blurry, very blurry umbrella. When I look at that, I see someone perhaps even objectifying the little girl, and from the outside, all they see is her orientation and not the personality or the person who it is behind it. And then if we go down to the bottom centre one, the way the red in her hair, the spikes of that mimic the spikes of the umbrella. I think there's so much pattern and so much colour repetition in this image. It's so strong. I think the only thing that would bring it up higher is there are some images stronger than others. They aren't all equally as powerful, and that's the only thing I would comment on. So I think it's well done to the photographer.
Awesome. Can I get all judges to rescore, please? And we have a 90 gold award. Well done. Congratulations to the photographer. And can we have the next image, please?
Sorry, I'm having trouble with my score. Hang on. Here we go.
Okay, and we have a score of 73, solid professional practice. And I'm going to call, Rocco, would you have a comment for this photographer?
Yeah, interesting crop. I just would have loved to have seen a little bit more of the little boy's face, or as a profile, a little bit more of the expression. But also, I mean, the boy's looking, or the girl is looking into the child. Let's call it the child. Is looking into that corner, and we don't see anything there. So there's nothing sort of bringing us back to the subject. So yeah, just little things.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 70, solid professional practice. And Melissa, would you have a comment?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this image is about shape and line. So I'd suggest the photographer really look at trying to accentuate the form that you're trying to show within this. Look at things like not having arms going through lips to really separate that form, and perhaps even look at lighting and your composition. But keep going with the looking of form and shape. I think it's a really intriguing subject.
Awesome, thank you. We're going to have a judge change. Mandy Lynn, can I bring you on for Sarah Lee, please? Sarah Lee, you can have a little break. And can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 73. And I'm going to call on Rocco for a comment, please.
Yeah, I enjoyed the colours in this, and the composition works quite well. But the bottom left-hand corner, we have a foreground element, and it's a strong colour, and it's quite bright, and your eye just kind of keeps on being drawn out of the frame constantly. Perhaps a different crop where we kind of focused a little bit more on the little hut and the couple would have had more impact.
Awesome, thank you. Next image, please. And we have a score of 78, solid bronze. And can I get a comment from Tony?
Beautiful lighting and colour, but just think about what you're trying to say with your story, and just sort of watch some of that material in the top right. It's sort of a little bit eye-pulling in its shape. But
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 73. Solid professional practice. And we will go to Melissa for a comment, please.
Yeah, so a lovely moment that has been well captured, some beautiful textural elements. I'd love to see a little bit more light on the infant down at the bottom right hand, just to sort of balance that composition up. But a good example and good professional practice.
Fantastic, thank you. Next image, please. And we have a score of 70. Solid professional practice. Tony, can I come to you for a comment?
Yeah, again, the colours, beautiful, great expression. What's your focus? It's not quite right on the eyes, but also just with the body language, the person looks like they have no hands. So it's sort of, you just think about those little details.
Yeah, and some other judges nodding away there in agreement. Can I please have the next image? And we have a score of 78.
I can challenge that, can't I?
You can challenge that, Mel. Go for it.
Excellent. I scored this in the silver range, and I'd love the opportunity to see if I can talk and bring it up. What I really love about this portrait is the grittiness of it, the textures of it, the skin, the character, the squint, the lighting from above, just the character that has been brought in. I enjoy the background, the vignette heading back to the foreground, but we are just brought into this gentleman's eyes from all the wrinkles or the textural or the wisdom lines, I should say, drawing us in, and just that texture. We know what sort of guy this is, and I think it has represented his character exceedingly well, and I'd love to see if I can bring it up from a 78 to an 80 into the silver category.
Awesome. Rocco, can I come to you for a comment, please?
Yeah, I absolutely saw all those things, Melissa, and I enjoyed the impact, that initial impact that the portrait has. I'm struggling with a couple of technical things, like the halo along the shoulder on the left of frame. I'm finding that distracting, and I'm not sure like what it is and why it's even there. It's meant to be out of focus, but there's a really strong halo that's sort of happening there. And when you look at the deepest point of the eyes, that it's a solid black chunk, which kind of, when you look at the expression, you then kind of go there and you're kind of fixated and you want to see in there, but you can't. And maybe that was intentional, but I'm finding that jarring, but I'm listening.
Thank you. Is anyone else? We will go back to Melissa. Oh, Karen, yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment too on that. I've been struggling with that aspect of the very blurry back area and whether or not it's been added to. So it feels like when I look at the image, he's very crisp, nose, eyes, eyebrows and everything, but then it drops out really, really quickly. So I'm not sure if that's been accentuated. To me, that doesn't add to the piece. I really love it. I really love his expression and the depth that you're drawn into, but I just feel like it's a bit too much.
Thank you, and we'll come back to Melissa for right of reply.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, guys. I guess I'm looking at this and thinking this could be taken with a lens baby, this could be taken with a bellow lens, this could be taken through a number of different types of optics to be able to create that shallow depth of field. I really enjoy it because to me this is a harsh character. It's been harsh lit to show this. I enjoy the fact that you've got these dark shadows, that there is that we're taking a portrait but we're not letting a person in. there is those barriers. To me, it's very Clint Eastwood. It's harsh, it's textural. It's not meant to be soft and pretty. And I've enjoyed it for that element. And I'd encourage judges to come up if they see the same sort of things. But in any case, thank you.
Awesome. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 80, silver award. And we're going to have a judge change. Congratulations to the photographer. Rocco, would you like to take a break? And we'll bring in Chris, please.
Okay, see you soon.
And we will have the next image, please. And we have a score of 83, solid silver award. And Tony is going to challenge. You're on 88.
Yeah, I think that you can, this simple image, I think you can read a lot into the honesty of it. You know, this man looks like he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders. He's a bit disengaged with the camera, and I think he might be a bit disengaged with life. And yet he's got this woman standing behind, looking at him, looking quite worried as well. I think the photographer has isolated everything quite well in this room, and everything just seems to be quite nicely in its place. It's well exposed. You can see the sweat or whatever running off him. But yeah, it's just, I get an emotional response straight away from this image about this man in his life. So that's why I scored it 88.
Chris, I'm going to come to you first.
Yep.
And you're on 68.
Yep, I had this in professional practice. Tony, I hear totally what you're saying about the portrait, the main subject. You can feel all that when you look at him. He's nice and crisp, and what he's wearing and the sweat on him and all that really does convey that message. And for me, that's where it stops. So I don't see that the rest of the image really supports it. His partner in the background, yes, there's a look of concern. I wish I could see her hands. There's some overexposed portions where near the man's arm, so my eyes kind of drawn down to that. There are some pictures on the wall, and I kind of feel like either I want to see what's in those, or I don't want them to be there because they take my eye away from where I want to go. The doorway over his shoulder, it's one of the brighter points of the image, and it keeps pulling me away from him. So I think there's more that could be done to this in post-production to kind of allow you to get into that character a little bit more. But I'd love to talk about those aspects. I'm listening. I want to come up, but you got to help me.
Okay, Mandy.
Love to help you come up. Tony, I sat on 84 going, God, I hope somebody goes a little higher and sees it. And thank you for having the courage. The more I look at this, my guess is the storyline is that this is somebody going off to fight a bushfire. He's covered in water. And the woman's expression with her arms behind her, that is just simple body language of I'm worried. And that if she wasn't in there, it would be a boring photo because it doesn't have that storytelling element to it. The back door, it's like, where does he come from? Where is he getting? You could tell he's heading to like somewhere else. Where is he going? So you can read 100 different stories into this. And it leaves you, this is one of those images that you're going to think back to, and you're going to really want to know what actually transpired. So awesome storytelling. It's worth a silver distinction.
Okay, Tony, back to you.
Yes.
Reply.
So everything that you said, Chris, I actually agree with as far as, some of the work, that could be done or whatever. But I always like to reward rawness, and I think that this is what this image has in spades. That's why I'm not asking for a gold. If those elements had maybe been dealt with differently, I probably would be thinking like that. But I think what is perfection? I don't even think we should be looking at those sort of elements in this type of image, sort of reportage type work. So I'm asking for a silver distinction. Hopefully, we'll get a few people up there. Thank you.
Awesome. Judges, can I get you to rescore, please? And we have a silver with distinction, 86. Congratulations and good conversation there, guys. Well done, Karen. Hopefully, I apologise, I might have cut you off then.
Right, I think Tony covered what I was going to say next.
Awesome, thank you. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 77, solid bronze awards.
Challenge.
And we're going to challenge Melissa.
Yeah, I scored this in a silver range, and I think this image is completely intriguing, and I think it would be good to talk about it. It's gritty, it's grainy, it's noisy. It's not traditionally what we would think is a beautiful, stunning, clear piece of communication. But I think the strength of this, the feet are the sharper elements. The rest is about movement. So whether it's about grounding, I enjoy the energy in the piece from the textural elements representing energy that's flying and losing that clarity. And so for me, this is a sensory image. It's about feelings and energy and everything out there, rather than necessarily clear lines and so yeah, I'd like the opportunity to talk. We're currently sitting on 77. I'd like to see if we can get it up to an 80 to reward the photographer for working in this innovative area.
Chris, I'm coming to you on 72.
Oh no, am I that guy? Okay.
You are.
Melissa, I love this for all the reasons that you love it. It's not typical. There's so many questions that are in here, and I love that. I got hung up on one thing. I'm definitely going to come into bronze, and if you can explain this one thing, I'll join you on silver. For me, the sharpest part is just at his waist. There's like a bundle, and there's a knot or whatever, and my eye keeps coming back to that. And there isn't enough information for me to understand what it is or why the photographer wants me to look at that. So help me out with that, and I'm all yours.
Okay, and anyone else wanting to comment? Otherwise, we will go, Mandy.
I just, Melissa, can I get you just to chat about the lines leading out of the frame? It feels to me that this is a horizontal crop with that movement being extended would be so much more. I just go plunk out of the image. So I'd love for your thoughts on that.
Thank you, and we will go back to you, Melissa, for right of reply.
Yeah, so I guess the image that we're looking at, a photographer has made the deliberate choices. If this isn't something that a person has accidentally done and then entered into an award. They've made these choices, and so I'm looking at it and questioning, well, why? And certainly, in Chris, in relation to your comment about that area being drawn into, well, that's where obviously this fabric is held together. This is the point where it merges. This is the holding together. So that's sort of the anchoring point. And if we start at that point, we then follow the vertical line down to the foot, and then we follow into those shadows, which take us out of those frame and which are also beautifully balanced with the shadows on the top. So we have this tension that we've created. We've got this beautiful rule of thirds that we're following with the main subject on this area. We've got those lines that are balancing, that are taking us into this tension of the edge of the frame. So for me, I see this compositionally, it's balanced, it is beautiful. The anchoring point is the holding together. This is about feeling, shape, tone, texture, and emotion. And yeah, I would encourage people to come up to a silver.
Awesome. Judges, can I get you to rescore, please? And we have a silver award at 81. Congratulations to the photographer. Fantastic work, guys. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 72. All very, very similar scores there. And Tony, would you have a comment? Oh, someone raising their hands there? No?
Oh, that was
Tony?
just a comment. Tony, take it. That's all cool.
Oh, you can go.
Okay.
Melissa, go.
Yeah, okay. So I was just going to comment, have a look at things like your posing. Obviously, we've got a lot of hands and things like that in here. Maybe look at, sort of the gentleman's hand that's down on the knee, maybe embracing so that we really feel that genuineness in that moment. Good professional practice and well done.
Awesome. Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? Change the... So judges can challenge a score if they are 5 or more points away from the announced score. Alternatively, they have the choice, if they have scored in the gold range, they can challenge at any time. They don't need to be that 5 points away. And we have a score of 74. And again, all very similar. Can I have a comment from Karen?
Oh yeah, it's well in professional practice. I felt like the pose was. I'm not a portrait poser, but it does feel like she's kind of leaning over, and it's not doing her justice, I think. And also the floral dress and the contrast with the chair and the details on the chair. Maybe choosing a different outfit might strengthen the piece as well.
Awesome, thank you very much. Can we have the next image, please? So all the wonderful judging you've heard over the last, well, how many days? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is day 6 of our judging. All of the wonderful judging you've heard, we have an award called the Ian Poole Award, where we like to award a judge who has provided outstanding inspiration, education, information through their passionate judging. So if you're wishing to nominate or vote for your favourite judge over this time, head over to the NZIPP Facebook page and you can see the link on there. And we have a score of 80, Silver Award. And I'm going to call on Karen again. Would you I know you scored at that 8 in that range.
Yep. No, I really, really love this. I think it's very impactful and different. I would have gone higher with this. There was just on the paintbrush on the left towards the top is sort of a strange thing going on between the join of the hair and the paintbrush. So perhaps a little bit more work in refining, but absolutely stunning image.
Awesome, thank you. Can we have the next image, please? So the Ian Poole Award is in memory of Ian Poole, an Australian professional photographer and member of the AIPP, and also an honorary member of NZIPP. He was instrumental, he has been very instrumental and passionate around judge education and judge development. And his manner and his ability to read things in images was outstanding. We have a score of 71. And again, reasonably consistent. Chris, can I come to you for a comment, please?
Yeah, for sure. So this is a great professional practice portrait. I think there's been a technique to make those light lines come out of her head. And for me, they actually compete a little bit. It helps to center your eye, but where it goes over her shoulder, probably fights for attention a little bit. So a little more attention to that and I want it done higher.
So thank you very much. Next image, please. And we have a score of 75 Bronze Award. And can I have a comment from Mandy?
Oh, what a delightful layout, and the color palette is just stunning. I don't actually have anything to add in terms, so if somebody else can, constructively.
Chris?
Just a little tiny thing. There's a little fleck of darkness on the dog towards the left of the frame. Just a little tiny imperfection that fixing that would be great.
Awesome. Thank you
but
very
it's beautiful.
much. Thank you. Can we have the next? Oh, actually, no, we're going to have a judge change. Melissa, you can have a little break. Thank you. And I'm going to bring in Catherine. Hope you're...
Yeah.
Thank you. And we can have the next image, please. And we have a score of 77.
Ooh, I'll challenge if I
and
can.
Chris is going to challenge. Yes. You're not
All right.
alone there.
Excellent. Let's see what we can do. All right. So aesthetically, this is a beautiful portrait. And I think we've obviously all connected with it anyway from that point of view, but there's a deeper message being told here. And I think there's some choices in here that really confused me when I first looked at it. You know, why is her mouth being covered? What's she wearing? And then the most concerning thing, and I was almost ready to go, oh, this image isn't for me because her fingers were cut off. And I was almost ready to say, right, well, this isn't a great image. And then I realized her agency's been taken away. She can't speak. She can't feel because her fingertips are gone. She's wearing a wedding ring, and that's really, the choice has been made to leave that there, which I think is relevant. But still her fingertips are gone. And if you think about what you use to feel and to touch and to communicate with someone, that's missing. So her voice is gone and her feeling is gone. And now she's surrounded by this nightmarish shadows of things around her. And I can't tell what they are. And I think that's great, because it leaves some ambiguity and it allows the viewer to decide what belongs there. So perhaps that represents her family or people that have long passed, or younger versions of herself, and it doesn't even matter. And then my eye goes up to her expression, which is frightened. And that's the only thing you can read, is that wide open eye and the eyebrow that's up. So again, I can't tell you exactly what message this is saying, but it gives me a feeling of fear and being bounded and not having agency. And I think this is worth rewarding with the silver. So let's have a chat about it.
Awesome. I'm going to go to Karen, who is on 71.
Okay, yeah, where you got stuck, I'm still stuck, Chris. I know you've explained the fingers being cut off and reasons behind it. I'm not necessarily convinced that that was a deliberate move or not. You know, maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. I'd love to see more in those sort of figures and things that are going on. I think they're there, but they're not giving me enough. I'd like to see just that little bit more. I feel like, you know, just framing, in terms of the framing, it feels, I don't know, it's not, maybe it's not meant to be perfect. Maybe you're right. I'm still juggling that in my mind. So keen to hear more from others.
Tony.
Yeah, I was sitting on 82. Sorry, no, what was it? Oh,
82,
yeah, 82.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to come up to 87. I love Chris's story. I think that's perfect. And you know, I think you explained it quite well, maybe how I was feeling, but didn't quite understand it. So, and I love the ghostly nature of what's happening, through the image, and way you've explained the hands cut off and just the tension. But yeah, but it's really about the strong, powerful eyes. No, technically, I love the color range, and not sure how this has been captured, but I don't really care. It's how it makes me feel. And
Awesome.
I'm going to come up to 87.
Thank you, Tony. Mandy.
Another story that could be read in through this could be a story of domestic abuse, of leaving the ring there. But again, the thrashing, you can't actually see what's happening to her, but you can tell it is a frightful experience. Because of the fact that we have so many different ways of interpreting this, it is beautiful and haunting. She's disappearing away in the image that we can see, and that in itself, yeah, I'm with you on silver distinction. You got two of us at least.
Awesome. Chris, right of reply.
All right, well, now I'm cranky that I put in silver and I can't move up to silver distinction. Mandy, something you said about it being ghostly and she's disappearing. I think maybe one thing I'm debating myself. One thing I was struggling with is why her hands are so crisp and her face is not, and it's because she's disappearing. So yeah, love that interpretation. Again, I think this is ambiguity times 10. So, you can read into it what you as a viewer need to see in it. Karen, I guess coming back to the fingertips, I don't really have anything to add other than to me, that's just such an important part of being a human and being in a relationship and being that sense of touch, which is, I can't build on what I said before. I might not be able to convince you, but it sounds like there's some people going into silver distinction. So let's at least go to silver, guys.
Awesome. Thank you. Please rescore, judges. And we have an 84 solid silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. And again, some very good discussion there, or debate. Can we have the next image, please? And we have 68 solid professional practice. Can Mandy comment?
Just be aware of your green highlights. I know it was taken outside, but it can make somebody look a bit sickly. At least that's the way it's showing up on my monitor. So just be aware of that.
Awesome, thank you. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 71. And very consistent scoring there. I'm going to come to Chris for a comment, please.
Yep. So wonderful portrait in professional practice. I think the portrait of the dog is great and the expression is great. I think with the girl, her hand is a really big feature of this and it's out of focus. And maybe looking for another moment where there was more connection between the two would have pushed this higher.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 87, silver with distinction. And I'm going to get a comment from Chris again.
So yeah, really great portrait. I think the photographer has done an excellent job with styling, and the kind of androgynous feeling here is wonderful. Something to think about. It feels just a touch over sharpened, particularly on portions of the cushion and the face. And I think this probably could have gone higher if that was just done a little more subtly.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Can we have the next image, please?
Can I change one? Sorry, hang on.
And we have a score of 70. You right there, Mandy?
Oh no, I'm fine. Yeah.
Okay.
I just a comment. I even went up on my scoring.
Hang on. We haven't I haven't announced the score or anything. I thought you had an issue.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hang on, can I just go back? Okay, so the image scored 70. And can I get a comment from Catherine, please?
Yeah, sure. Really sweet little photo. I love the way the dog's eyes are closed, so it's just receiving what's, this love that's due to it. It's very cute. I think just watch the depth of field. Would have liked the dog's eyes to be slightly sharper and yeah, slightly busy background there. Really lovely moment though. Well done.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 71, solid professional practice. And I'm going to call on...
I can make a comment, Kay.
Oh, yep, go for it, Chris.
Yeah, this is solid professional, so great job. One thing to watch for, it looks like there's some chromatic aberration in the elements in the background. So while it's this lovely warm color, there's these little green fringes on a lot of that grass, and I think that's distracting.
Awesome, thank you very much. I wasn't going to come to you because I thought, oh, I've already picked on you for enough.
I get picked on a lot, it's all right.
We're going to have a judge change. Rocco, can I get you back in? And Tony, would you like a break, please? I shouldn't say would you like a break, but I'll give you a break, please. We'll have you on again soon. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 84. And I'm going to get a comment from Catherine. You're right on that. Oh, Karen, no, you've got your hand up for a comment. Go for it.
Yeah, I was a bit higher too. I just wanted to comment on this perfect moment of capture with this dog's face and the girl's face and them blending together and their eye being in that absolutely perfect spot to make it look like it's that half-half kind of effect. It's a brilliant portrait. It's really beautiful and well done to the photographer.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 82.
Yeah, can I challenge?
Now we're going to challenge. You can challenge. You're on 91.
Okay, yeah. I just squeak this into a low gold because I feel that it's just so masterful and beautiful. The color palette, it's simplicity really, but and the flow of it. I think the lighting is just stunning. You know, you've got that. She's just drinking up the light. It's just absolutely hitting the, that beautiful body. It's lit to just really bring out all the wonderful texture and the fabric there. And I guess the reason, I mean, it's masterful. The thing that just bumped me up just into a low gold was the wonderful repetition of the curve of that piece of fabric and then the curve of the upper part of her body. Yeah, we're on 82. I think this deserves conversation.
I'm going to come to Mandy, who is on 77.
It is truly a beautiful piece. I gave it 77. I just struggle with the category descriptions. So meaning gold, outstanding level of imagination and creativity. This isn't showing me anything that I haven't seen done before. So I'm struggling with taking it that high, but I'm happy to take it higher with my score into silver.
Awesome. Can I come to, sorry, I'm going to come to Karen with a comment.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm pretty close, I think, to what it scored. I felt that it was a bit over sharpened. I'm sort of zooming up on it with my loupe just to look at it. But I'm listening. I think that the lighting is incredible. The lighting direction and the whole pose is just brilliant. So yeah, I'm thinking about it a bit more.
And we will go back to, no, Chris wants to have a comment.
Yeah, just a couple of things. So I put this, I was in 78, so a bronze. With an image like this, I mean, I think this is better than professional practice, but because you've lost one of her hands, you've lost an ability to show some expression there. And the other one, her fingers are together in a way that I think could have been refined more. When you shoot dancers like this, I mean, you're paying so much attention to every part of your body, including the fingers, and the hand just feels together for me in a way that isn't as soft as it could be. And I know that there's potential to do better with this. I'm happy to come up to silver, but it's a lot of work to get me to gold.
Some Karen, right of reply. Catherine, right of reply.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I hadn't noticed the missing hand and I hadn't noticed the fingers, so maybe I was a little over enthusiastic with a gold, but you know, I think that we don't have to tick all of the boxes on the assessment guide to be able to take it up a level. And you know, for me, this is absolutely outstanding mastery in the technique and the craft and the flow and the lighting and the color palette. I don't think this is over sharpened. I think this is really worthy of at least a silver distinction. So yeah.
Yeah, we have moved 2 points and we are on 84. Well done. Solid silver. Congratulations to the photographer. And can we have the next image, please? So every point does count when it comes to determining who the finalists might be within a category. So that is based on the highest scoring 3 entries from the highest scoring 3 photographers in the category, or entrants in the category. And it often comes down to a fraction of a point when it comes to determining who those finalists are. And we have a score of 80, silver award. And we have a challenge from Mandy.
What a courageous portrait, not only for the artist to create, but for the woman to agree to or sit for. I'm rewarded. You can't really fault the execution of it, and the storytelling is exceptional. Yeah, please come up to silver distinction for this. This is amazing. I would have gone gold had the flowers not been so distracting from her face, but otherwise, wow.
Chris, I'm going to come to you. You're sitting on 72.
Yep. So the reasons that you love it, I love this too. And again, having someone who's willing to sit for this portrait and tell this story, and I think it's a really great concept. I think it's been executed well, but there are some things that I'm struggling with. So yes, the flowers in the background are a little overpowering. I'm finding that her skin tones just aren't as even as I want them to be. There's a little tiny bit of a tattoo coming out. There's especially her upper arm. It's the brightest part of the image. And when you go up into her face, a tip of her nose and the bridge of her nose looks like it's been a little bit overworked to try and soften it. And unfortunately, I think those detract from pulling this up into a higher awards category, unless you can convince me otherwise.
Karen, you'd like to comment?
Yeah, I think the concept's excellent. I'm struggling with the placement of the round belly, and it feeling it doesn't feel correct in where she's holding her hand because she's twisted. Just the angling does not feel like it would if there was something there. So that puts me off a little bit from going a bit higher.
Thank you. And Mandy, right of reply, please.
Sorry, Kay, where are we sitting with this? It's
currently sitting on 80.
And okay, yeah. I think I'd have a bit of work to get anybody up to a silver distinction, but I just want to reward the photographer with the courage to create this. And yeah, thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Judges, can I get you to rescore, please? And we have a score of 80. It stays on 80. Always good to have those conversations, though. You never know. Can we have the next image, please? So congratulations. Solid, good silver.
Okay.
Melissa, can I get you to step in for Karen, please?
You can indeed.
And we have a score of 75, bronze award. And I'm going to... Catherine, you've got a comment.
Yeah, this is really rather beautiful, and the colour palette's very cohesive. Just watch those highlights in the back on the right there; they're pretty bright. But yeah.
Awesome, thank you very much. And we'll have Karen back. And next image, please. We have a score of 76, a bronze award. Karen is going to challenge.
Yes. Okay. No, when I saw this, I just felt it was a really brave way of shooting this subject. We've gone really wide angle. It does have a HDR feel, but I think for this, it's really working with the room and the context of the room. It has me wanting to discover more about who is this person and what is she doing? What is this story? You know, the room's just falling to pieces. There's a chicken curry box on the floor. There's all these really intriguing pieces that are helping to tell her story. And she's just central to that. I think the lighting's really, really great. I think that the way it's framed is fantastic. So we're on 76, it's a bronze award. I'd love you to consider coming up to silver just for all of these elements and even to the point of the story of what's going on outside and the growth and the context of, I actually don't know who she is or what her story is, but I want to discover more. And I think that's an important factor in a portrait that is a strong portrait.
Thank you. Chris, I'm going to come to you on 70.
Yeah, gosh, there's a lot to look at in this image, and there's a lot of stories to discover. So I think it's fascinating, and I have love for it for the same reasons you do, Karen. What I am struggling with is if you look at the subject's shadow, it is in no way consistent with the rest of the shadows in the room. The direction is consistent, but the strength of it is not. So, for example, if you look at the machinery that's against the wall, it's casting quite a specifically dark shadow. And where her feet land, it's not as sharp. Her shadow is kind of leaking out onto the cardboard box in front of her. It's not falling on that wooden plank the way I would expect it to. And that kind of betrays that she's been added to the image. And then that makes me, once you can kind of tell that someone's put it together, it makes me wonder, well, why was it that way? I think I was on 70, and I think I was a little harsh, and I'll be coming up because there's a lot of interest in this image. But I'd love for you to talk to the shadows and the execution.
Awesome. Rocco, you were around that middle range. What have you got some comments?
I'm totally with Chris with this. Definitely an intriguing image. There's a lot to look at, a lot of stories. But there's a lack of cohesiveness between the subject and the environment she's in. There's the contrast on her is quite flat. The contrast everywhere else and specularity is greater than what's on the subject itself. Automatically, your eye goes to the bottom part of the picture, which is the sort of left-hand wall of frame, and our eye kind of gets stuck there, and it struggles then to find the stories and all the little bits and pieces, and that just lacks cohesiveness.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you for right of reply, Karen.
Yeah, okay. I am looking closer at it, and I do see those issues. And I think what the artist has done well is choose the person to fit into the scene with the lighting direction on her in the correct form. So that's been done well. It is missing some shadows, and I didn't immediately see that. And I think from that perspective, sometimes we can be really, really harsh on the composited elements, and we can really nitpick. But as an image, just sort of sitting back here and looking at it and trying to discover that story and context, I think we can go up a little bit higher. But I do understand and agree with those things that have been pulled out.
Awesome. Thank you. Judges, please rescore. And we have moved to a 79, which does mean we are going to review. So judges, if you wish to keep it at 79 at bronze, please enter 79. If you wish to take it to silver, please enter 80. And we have a 79 solid bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 75, bronze award. Chris, have you got a comment?
What a good portrait. This feels like it's a still out of a movie, and it's towards the end of the movie, so there's a really good story that's just happened. So I find it quite intriguing. There's a little bit of fringing around the left and right sides of the dog where perhaps the background was brought down. So just a little more attention on that, and that would help.
Awesome, thank you very much. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 78, solid bronze. And we're going to have a challenge from Chris.
Yep.
You were challenging. You're on
to,
83.
I was on 83. I have to challenge this. This is bonkers. I mean, this is clearly, we hired different wedding photographers for our wedding. So impact, obviously there's a huge amount of impact here. Straight away, you're brought back to vampire films and that sort of thing, where often it's the male that is the aggressor and the female that is not. You can see that the guy's, he's been passed away for a while because his skin tone has that kind of blue cast to it. But she's still there, and she's kind of still on top of him, and she's got that menace in her eyes, and she's holding that knife. There's enough. Some of the exterior is really, really dark, but there's enough detail to give me a sense of place. And there's perhaps the vignetting's been a little bit harsh down at the bottom, and that could have been brought up a little bit. But really, it's quite effective in bringing your eye to this subject, which is dreadful, and it makes me feel really uncomfortable. This is not a pleasing image to look at. I had a significant reaction to it, and I think it's, when you can make someone feel something like that, that's to be rewarded. I'm on a silver, and I'd love to have a chat about this.
Karen, I'm going to come to you on 73.
I knew you would. Yeah, it is impacting, and wow. But there are things in this that just didn't bring me up to that level, Chris. The couch, the highlight on the couch is distracting me. The colour difference. So you've drawn attention to the face being blue, and obviously there's been some colour changes made on her and him, because also the red blood is more red on him. It's looking orange on her, and that's drawing me away from that realistic blood-like feel, because the blood's orange, it's not red. So I feel like the artist could have pushed that a little bit further and really refined the colour tones in there, and cut out some more of those distractions to help draw us to the image.
Awesome. Mandy, you were on 84 with Karen. Have you got any comments?
For me, it was just the level of storytelling. I do hear, Karen, what you're saying about the orange and the red, which I thank you for pointing that out. That's incredibly interesting. But I do, I'm still feeling it silver because of the how it affects you emotionally, and the power. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to go back to Chris for a right of reply.
Okay, so I guess two things I want to touch on, Karen. One is the specular highlight of the couch. That's just to tell you they're on a couch. So it's doing its job, and the line brings you back into them anyway. So even if your eye goes out there, it sends you right back to where you're supposed to go. As far as the color difference on the blood goes, where the blood is a little bit, I can't believe we're having this discussion, where the blood is a little bit translucent, it's going to show the color of the skin underneath it. And where it's thicker, it's just a dark mass and you don't see it. So I didn't see that as a problem. I felt like that would be what it would look like. Not that I have tons of experience with that. Look, I've never seen anything quite like this. Like I said, this is bonkers. I've got it in 83. It sounds like we've got some support. Let's see if we can give this person a silver.
Awesome, guys. Can you rescore, please? And we have a score of 80, silver award. Congratulations. And we'll move on to, actually, no, we'll have a judge change. Sarah Lee, would you like to pop in? And Karen, I'm going to give you a little break. And we'll have the next image, please. Scores, please, judges. And we have a score of 77, solid bronze award. And I'm going to call on Rocco for a comment, if I could.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the the pastel tones of this image and the beautiful color palette. The posing of the hand holding the rose, we're losing sort of the finesse and the tips of the fingers, and also when you look at the bottom of the frame, the thigh is a little bright, and your attention kind of goes there and takes you kind of away from the expression. So a couple of minor things, but yeah, great effort.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 70, solid professional practice. And I'm going to call on Catherine. You got a comment?
Cool. This is a simple and strong image. I'm quite enjoying the placement of the eyes quite high in the frame. Just watch the little details, like all the highlights on the hair down the back are quite distracting, and that little bit of hair under the chin there, just to tidy things up a little bit.
Awesome. Thank you. Good comments there. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 78, bronze award. And we are going to accept that challenge. I mean, sorry, not accept that score. And can I get a comment, please, from Chris?
Yeah, so this is fun, and there's really good storytelling here. Not fun for the mouse, but fun for us to look at. I think what probably could have elevated it even higher is it feels really still. So even though that mouse is running out of frame, it's static. If that phone that's hanging down had been on an angle so that you knew that it was mid-swing, it'd feel like this had all just happened. But it kind of feels like it's been set up. So, but really good job.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Can we have the next image, please? And we do want to thank our sponsors of Ilford for supporting the Portrait Open category of the Iris Awards this year. Ilford have been a long-term supporter of the awards and NZIPP. And we have a score of 79. And everyone was happy with that. Can I please call on Catherine for a comment, please?
Yeah, wow, this is just wonderful initial impact. Rich, warm colour palette, so many wonderful little characters there. And then it just made me laugh to see the wee one on the far left there with the little dog mask and the big boggly eyes. But unfortunately, when I went in to have a closer look at that, that also took me to some major post-production problems around that area with lots of rectangular stuff, not lining up, artifacts left over from the compositing, and then when I went around the image to the right hand side of the table, there's an echo there. So I guess just attention to detail when you're compositing something together, really flick your layers on and off and just check what you might be leaving behind. So yeah, I think solid bronze, but yeah.
Thank you, Catherine. Before we go to the next image, I do need to get you to rescore this review score. It has scored 79. So what I need to ask you to do is, if you wish to place it in the silver range, please enter 80. If you wish to keep it at bronze, please enter 79. And it stays at 79. Thank you. Solid bronze award. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 72. Solid professional practice. And sorry about that. There was a sneeze. I'm sure you didn't need to hear that over there. Okay, can I have a comment from Catherine, please?
Yeah, beautiful, strong image here. I love the curve of the neck. Just watch I find it a little bit overly contrast, and just that strong piece of fence going straight into its neck sort of breaks up the shape for me. Awesome,
thank you very much. Now we're going to have a judge change. Tony, can I get you to now come back in? Chris, I'm going to give you a break. Have a bit of a stretch if you need it, guys. Melissa, I'm going to get you to come in, and Mandy, I'm going to give you a break. Thank you very much. So have a bit of a stretch if you need it, and we'll then settle back in. Okay, can we have the next image, please? Melissa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and we have a score of 80, silver award. And I'm going to call on Tony for a comment, please.
Yeah, beautiful black and white work here. Great in a sequence. highlights are handled very well, but just you watch your expressions, but a nice set.
Awesome, thank you very much. Can we have the next image, please? Scores, please, judges. And we have a score of 70. Solid professional practice. Melissa, can I get a comment from you?
I think it's an interesting concept being explored. Looking at my interpretation was taste buds and shooting a capsicum in that manner. I think in terms of improving the score, and it's currently sitting in good professional practice, I think maybe clarifying, giving us some more clues as to what we're looking at, maybe giving us a little bit more foreground to lead us in, and maybe a little bit of graduation through some of those darker areas at the top right and left.
Awesome, thank you. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 72. Solid professional practice. And I'm going to call on Sarah for a comment, please.
I love the way the photographers use the leading lines of the structure to draw our attention down to the subjects. I think where it could be improved is working on the tonal range, so bringing the highlights down and the shadows up just in capture to get more detail in the scene.
Thank you very much. Next image, please. And we have a score of 85, silver with distinction. And we have a challenge from Tony, who is sitting on 93.
Yeah, I really, I don't know if the word enjoy is right, but I think this is a very bold and strong piece of communication, visual communication. You know, I sort of feel it's sort of all about, you know, the female body image and representing somebody going through the pain of maybe not enjoying their own body. The abstract sense of this is totally mind-blowing and fairly original to me. And I love how in that central piece you've got the breast just hanging down on the curve of the body, and then just the clawing of, you know, of the hands. Done superbly, simply, you know, vignetted, high-key vignette. Beautiful tones, but yeah, emotional content very high. And to me, it's a nice solid gold.
Melissa, I'm coming to you. You're on 78.
Yeah, so thank you for that, Tony. To be honest, I didn't actually see the breast to begin with. I actually saw it as a shoulder blade, or the top of a shoulder. I certainly do get that skin crawling sort of feeling from this image. I scored it in a bronze range. I'm certainly listening. I do enjoy the high key nature. I guess I would have just liked a little bit more clarity through some of the hands, or maybe a little bit more shadow area, just to show that tension. But in saying that, you can see the sinews and things like that. So I'm certainly listening. I think I've obviously been a little bit tough, and yeah, I'm listening, and I'll come up.
I'm going to come to Rocco for a comment, please.
Yeah, I also enjoyed the abstract nature of this image and the tension that kind of feeling that it evokes. But really, when you start sort of stepping back and you look at it sort of overall, I kind of see the head and the neck of the swan, or a bird-like shape. And it's not until you kind of look at it for a while and you kind of start to see other things in it, and I think that's brilliant. Because it's working on different levels. You know, we see the tension, we see the female body, and we also see the the swan aspect, the beauty of it. So it's quite cleverly done. So I'm on 84 at the moment, and I'm listening.
Is anyone else wanting to comment, or are you Sarah Lee?
So I see something quite different, and this probably just speaks to the really interpretive nature of a headless figure. But I see just this giant symbol of a question mark in the silhouette of the figure. I see, when I look at the hands, it brings me back to quite disturbing alien movies. Don't know why, but it has got that real conflict. It's not a gentle gesture the way this person's holding themselves. What I struggle with is on closer inspection of the hands, there is a dark outline around them, which just separates them too much, and it's a little too messy, where parts of the hands blur beautifully into the skin behind it. There's the top edge of those hands is just a little too jagged, but I think overall it's a really successful image.
Thank you, and I'm going to come back. Catherine, you
just really
yep,
quick.
definitely.
Yeah. So I gave this silver. I found the breast actually quite distracting from the curve. It was, for me, it was all about the arms, but the hands. But I'm totally willing to overlook that. And I just wanted to add that the longer I've looked at this, I'm also seeing that they're almost like curved vertebrae, those clutchy fingers too. And it really echoes the whole spinal thing for me. And I think this is very clever, and I'm coming up to gold.
Awesome, thank you. Tony, right of reply.
Yeah, I think there's some really good comments there. Rocco, I really like that, you're talking about the swan-like nature, and that's the beautiful curves, essential curves. And, maybe this, I believe this person is not seeing that in themselves. The breast, you do have to sort of search, but it is in a central place. But, that I think that is really good, because you can see that it's the feminine form. And Catherine, the clawing nature of that is like vertebrae in a way. So you can sort of read that in. And Sarah Lee, with the clawing nature, I think it can look a little bit harsh and, like somebody grabbing at things. But I just think that it's handled very, very well. And I believe the photographer has done everything on purpose here. And it's a nice, comfortable goal. Debbie.
Thank you, judges. Can I get you all to rescore, please? Tony, if you can put the same score in.
You seem to have disappeared somewhere.
Go over to the... You got it? And we have a score of 91, gold award. By majority, or unanimous, I should say. So congratulations to the photographer. Fantastic outcome. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 77, solid bronze award. And we are going to have a challenge from Tony.
Yeah, I'm on 86 with this image. I know the photographer, and I know that it's from a body of work. So there you go. I've stated that. But I think this is a beautiful shot, environmental portrait of this strong lady. Strength of character. The lighting is superb, and I love the way the background just drifts out. So that strong structural behind her is there, but it's not in your face. I think it's the exposure control is there, but it's the shot is all about the power of the lady, and I think it has, and it's just such an emotionally strong image.
Awesome. Can I get a comment, please, from Catherine on 73? So, Tony, you were on 86. Catherine, 73.
She's certainly an interesting character, and there's a beautiful warmth. There's a richness from what she's wearing. I guess I'm just feeling like she's just sort of standing in front of this background, which I'm finding really quite dull, I guess, in the lighting. I guess, Tony, you were saying it fades away beautifully, but for me, that background isn't overly interesting, and she's a well-lit person standing in front of it who has a lot of character in her face. So I see this as a really high professional standard. I'm happy with, it's got a bronze, and obviously I'm missing something a little bit here. And yeah, just want to hear a bit more though.
Melissa, I'm going to come to you, maybe just sitting in that little middle range.
Yeah, I scored this in a silver range. I enjoy the honesty and the openness in this image. I enjoy that the background feels very real. There's a realism to it. This is a very, a very ordinary environment with the trees to give us a timeline, the landscape in the background, the grey skies, and sort of the building. And I find that she is the three-dimensional force, which is just positioned in that area. She has a lot of force and energy and colour and separation, and I think the lighting does bring her forward. But I don't feel that this is I don't feel that she's being dramatically lifted, because I feel this is who she is, this is her people, this is her place, and I feel that it's been done with authenticity. So I'm certainly listening, but yeah, I scored in the silver range.
Thank you, Tony. I'm going to come back to you for right of reply.
It's just what Mel said, really. She did it for me. No, I think it's yeah, well up there in the silver. So come up a little bit if you can, guys. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. So it's currently sitting on 77. Can I get all judges to rescore, please? And we have a score of 81, silver award. Well done. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have the next image, please? Not quite, Sarah. Sarah Lee. And we have a score of 72, solid professional practice. And can I get a comment from Rocco?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the strong expression here on the subject. However, just pay attention to the styling when you're posing someone. That white shirt on the bottom there, our eye keeps going to it, where the jacket is sort of being brushed aside, and it's competing with the expression. Also, a touch more contrast probably would have added a little bit more to the impact.
Thank you. Great comments there for the photographer. Can we have the next image, please? Applause, please, judges. We have a score of 77, solid bronze award. And I'm going to get Tony for a comment from Tony, please.
I really enjoy the posing of this and the colour range. Maybe just as such a natural type of feel of image, but you sort of get that sense of lighting in the studio, lighting in their eyes type thing. So yeah, but yeah, beautiful work.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? If we could. And we have a score of 74. Solid professional practice. And can I get a comment from Catherine, please?
Yeah, I actually had this in a low bronze. I love the unbridled joy here. This dog is just so pleased with itself. Perhaps the face just could have been a little bit sharper. Yeah, well done.
Awesome, thank you. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 78, solid bronze award. And yep, congratulations. And I'm going to come to Melissa for a comment, please.
Yeah, I think a very engaging portrait that we've got in front of us. I think in terms of looking at improve it, maybe potentially consider your compositions. The arms, I do feel, do lead us out of frame, and also just controlling your tones a little bit more so that we're caught into the subject of the portrait and you direct us and hold our attention in there. But well done.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 75, bronze award. And I'm going to come to Tony for a comment, please.
Yeah, excellent colours and good composition, but just watch your expressions. Little fellow looks like he's not breathing.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, we can't have that. Okay, can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 70, professional standard. And I'm going to call on Catherine for a comment, please.
Yeah, really sweet, very simple portrait. Well done. The eyes aren't quite sharp, and just watch the highlights on the nose and face there. It's a little bit hot.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 82. Silver awards.
Challenge, please.
And we are going to have it. Yeah, we're going to have a challenge from Catherine.
Right.
You're on 88.
88, yeah. That's silver distinction for me. I found this really powerful, really impactful in its simplicity and the tonal range and colour palette. I think the photographer's added quite a level of interest with caking this dude in mud. And I guess to me, it's not clear whether he's sinking down in this really unusual position or whether he's rising up in it. So I'm finding it quite intriguing. Is he sort of surfacing out of the mud? There's the bubbles, so maybe he's sinking back into it. But, you know, I'm getting quite a sense of narrative here. I think the light's been beautifully handled. The pose is just really quite interesting. I haven't seen anything like this before. So, yeah, silver distinction.
Awesome. Thank you. Can I call on Sarah Lee for a comment, please? You're on 78. You're not alone there, Catherine, just so you know.
Thank you.
I may have judged this a little bit harshly because with the underwater setting that they've placed in, I find that quite contradictory to the fact he looks like he's doing a dive bomb. He looks like he's yet to enter the water in terms of his pose. Technically, there's a really slight green line at the lower part of his back, which is a wee bit distracting. It doesn't quite fit. And he's also still got an earring on, which doesn't quite fit with the fact he's nude and covered in mud. So there are a few things there that didn't sit with the rest of it for me.
Okay, I'm going to come to Melissa for... Oh, no, Rocco's wanting to comment. Yep.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, look, I enjoyed the colour palette. I enjoyed the concept. I enjoyed the story. For me, what it lacks is just that level of realism. He's underwater, but yet when you look at him close, he's not underwater, and the mud would not behave in that way. So I'm kind of struggling with the technical elements that make this image. But yeah, there's a lot to like as well. So I'm kind of torn.
Awesome. Melissa, do you want to have a comment? You were actually up there towards there where Catherine is.
Yeah, I scored this in the silver distinction range. I did it purely on emotive response. I enjoy the disconnect, if that makes sense. So I enjoy the fact that he's in this pose, whether it's an embryonic pose that you would find in this fluid and underwater environment. To me, it actually seems it has that surrealness. It doesn't look like it's trying to be real. I particularly love the lighting on his body, where you actually see the muscle tone going into those cold tones, and I just love that. To me, it had almost a fishy kind of presence, and the way that his hair was styled, but yes, it doesn't have realism, and that's what I really enjoyed about it. It raised so many questions in terms of what it represents, that beautiful arc of bubbles that are going up. So, is it, there's something grounding with the mud, and for me, it was all about contrast, but there was also beauty, but there was also darkness. And so I scored it based on the emotive reaction. So I would encourage a silver distinction as well.
Thank you. Catherine, I'm going to come back to you for right of reply.
Yeah, no, well said, Mel. I think it is the surrealness of it, and I think also just the photographer's choice of subject here. Such a strong face and so sort of almost biblical looking. It's really adding to the story for me. That there's just that profile and the darkness of the eyes. It's a very thought-provoking, very well lit image with fantastic tonal range. I'm very happy. He does not look like he's dive bombing to me. His position is both quirky, and it raises the questions for me, as I said, about whether is he coming up, is he coming down? He's just this weird mud man, biblical mud man. It's fantastic.
Awesome. Judges, can I get you to rescore, please? And we have a score of 84. Not quite the silver distinction that was being called for, but solid silver. And we are going to just go to a little break, guys. So we're going to have half of the slideshow played for all of the entries entered into the Portrait Open category, and then we'll come back. So if you need to stand up and have a little stretch, do so, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, thank you. That was a slideshow of all of the entries that were entered into the Portrait Open category this year. And we are currently judging the entries that came through into the live judging. And each entrant has has one entry, their highest scoring entry, that is currently being judged live. So we are going to have a little judge swap. And I'm bringing in Karen for Catherine. Catherine, if you have a little break.
Thank you.
And we'll keep going with everyone now. Can I just have a quick... No, we'll keep going as we are. So I'm going to have Karen come in for Catherine, and the rest of you, Tony, Melissa, Rocco, Sarah Lee, and Karen on the panel. Can we have the next image, please? Yeah, we do have to thank our sponsors, Ilford, for once again supporting us with the Iris Professional Photography Awards. We have a score of 89, and we are going to have a challenge from Karen. You are not alone up there, Karen.
Excellent, excellent. This one needs to go higher. This is a beautiful storytelling image that this man, it looks to me like he is just, he's kind of given up, he's waiting for his time to go to heaven. There's this paper in his hand, and I think that it's got a number of names on it, and perhaps they're the ones that have passed before him. I'm just gathering this from what I can see, and I'm sure that you can all read your own stories from this, which is why it's so powerful. So he's just standing there, he's waiting to go up to heaven. There's this cloud up there. The simplicity of the background and the tones and everything is working together so harmoniously, and the light on his face is just superb. Everything about this screams gold, and I really would like to see it come up into that gold range.
Awesome, thank you. I'm going to come to Rocco, who is on 85.
Yeah, thank you, Karen, for the insight into the story. I wasn't quite sure of what to read into it, but I did enjoy the the visual spectacle presented before us, and I enjoyed the color palette. I enjoyed the posing of the gentleman, but now with the added story, it does make it just that little bit more special. So I'll be going up.
Thank you, and I'm going to probably doesn't really matter who it is. Sarah Lee, have you got any comments? You're sitting just below the gold range.
Yeah, I think this is a really really well thought out image. I see an old man with a will in his hand, dressed really nicely but can't afford shoes. And the texture that's on the single panel of background behind him is real concrete sky sort of texture. So I think this all leads to a story of a man who's, passing on with nothing to pass down. The one thing I struggle with is I find his skin tone is just a little too bronzed for the depth of the blue in the rest of the image. So yeah, that's all I have to comment on.
Thank you. Melissa, you're actually up there. Are you wanting to comment? You might need to unmute yourself, Melissa.
I can't believe I'm muted. When does that happen? It's terrible. Yeah, I scored this in the gold range. I scored it in that range for emotional impact, for the angles, the yielding I guess, is what originally came to me. That shape of the body, the way that the paper is so masterfully shaped in that same manner, the way that the light falls on that, so it all works with that beautiful angle. The barefoot, to have that vulnerability and fragility of this environment. For me, the colour tones are just, is stunning. Obviously, we've got the cloud above and we've got the blue colour, but for me, it was imperative that you did have those skin tones to contrast it. So those bronze tones to complement sort of on the colour wheel, the orange and the blue, to give us the contrast, the separation. I think the clothing choice has been specifically designed to give us a message, why he's holding that paper, why he's got the pen and paper, and why he's in a suit and jacket. But for me, to just see this shape, this movement in such a simplistic image, so well constructed, well designed, and just flawless, and having such a strong evocative reaction, for me, it had to sit as a gold. So I'd fully support Karen's challenge.
Thank you. And I'm going to come back to Karen for a right of reply.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Melissa, for pointing out the complementary colour tones. I think that's really important in this piece, to have those bronze and that cinematic kind of feel to it. It is I love the story that you brought to it, Sarah Lee, with the potential will, and that he's got no one to pass it down to. I think that's what we're talking about here. This is a gold piece because it brings to us a clear story, and it might be a different story for each person. Just the beautiful work that's gone into this, the crispness and the detail in the face, and the dodging and burning, and all of the professional work that has gone into creating this image. I think it definitely needs to go up. In fact, I'd ask you to go even higher than a gold if you would consider it. So let's make it happen.
Awesome. Judges, can I get you to rescore, please? So Karen's calling for, actually, it looks like something higher than a gold. And a very comfortable gold at 93. Congratulations. Great conversation. Awesome. Yay. Karen's got her clapping. She's got her team there. Yay. Awesome, guys. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 74, solid professional practice. And I'm going to come to Melissa for a comment, please.
Yeah, I think beautiful expression, well, not beautiful expression, but a very engaging expression on the subject here. I would probably suggest, in terms of looking at lighting and things like that, draw us into the face with your lighting tone. So draw us where you want us to find attention, and just ensure that we've got consistency of lighting on all of the subjects so that it meshes in and has a form of realism. But well done, and lovely image.
Awesome, thank you so much. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 70, solid professional practice. And I'm going to call on Rocco. Would you have a comment for the
Yeah,
photographer?
interesting presentation. Not really sure what it's trying to say or what it's trying to communicate. So perhaps another judge might be able to, but I struggle with that, and that's why I scored it at 68.
Awesome, thank you. We will have the next image, please. We have a score of 72, professional standard, and we're all okay with that. So I'm going to call on Melissa for a comment, please.
Yeah, gorgeous little girl. I would probably suggest, in terms of bringing it up, look at where your focus point is, because that's obviously going to draw us in. So we can obviously see the lounge setting is sort of the texture is the sharpest, whereas we really want it to be those beautiful little eyes and that teardrop. But lovely feel to this image.
Thank you. And I'm going to have the next image, please. And we have a score of 77, Solid Bronze Awards. Can I have a comment from Sarah Lee?
This is a really interesting image with lots of movement in it. I don't think the movement really adds to showing different elements to the personality. And I also think where the hair falls across the face on the right-hand side hides a wee bit of the face, and it looks like facial hair. I'm sure that's not the intention of the photographer. So perhaps maybe just even moving the heads a little bit further apart and choosing a different image for that particular right-hand side may have worked more successfully.
Awesome, thank you very much. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 74. And we will have a comment from Tony.
I enjoy the positioning of the ape here. But just watch your exposure. There's not a lot of details in the shadow areas.
Awesome, thank you very much. Next image, please. And we have a score of 72, professional standard. And I'm going to call for a comment from Melissa.
Yeah, a really interesting perspective and photographing the distortion and through the water. I particularly enjoy that. I think in terms of bringing it up, look at the areas that are going to grab your attention and be the most dominant. So certainly for me, the hemline of the dress has the least amount of distortion in it. It's also one of the brighter elements, and there's more contrast there, so it's quite dominant in drawing your attention. So just consider, you know, that sort of environment, but really enjoy the distortion. Well done.
Awesome, thank you. Now we're going to have a quick judge change. Mandy, can I get you to pop in? And Sarah Lee, you're going to have a little break. We'll give you a little break. And Rocco, you can have a little break. And Chris, I'm going to bring you in. And if we are all ready, we will have the next image, please. So once again, we have to thank our sponsor, Ilford, for supporting us again this year as sponsors of the Portrait Open category. So Ilford have a beautiful range of fine art printing paper, inkjet, as well as they also do analog printing products. And that, if you're not sure what analog means, that's the film side of things. So chemicals and printing paper and film itself.
All right, just trying to find the spot again. There we go. Ah, cranky. Sorry. There we go. Okay.
Have you put, yep, okay, we have a score of 80, silver award. And I'm going to call on Chris for a comment, please.
Oh, this is genius. If you look at the left part of the image with that family portrait, they're all balanced and the colors are great. But I just love that the elements on the right talk about all the things that maybe they've left behind as parents, travel and coffee in bed and reading the paper, because it's not important to them anymore. Masterful job, really well done.
Awesome, thank you. Nice interpretation there. And can we have the next image, please?
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Karen. Catherine, can I get you to step in for Karen for this image? So sometimes a judge wants to step off because they don't feel they can give an unbiased opinion on the image. And we always ask another judge to come in and judge the entry. Maybe that they know the photographer or they've had some sort of input even into encouraging the photographer through critique or direction on how to take the entry. We have a score of 80, solid silver award. And Melissa, do you want to have a comment for us?
Yeah, I really enjoy this concept. I'm a dog lover, so that beautiful, those eyes and that pleasing, that proud expression is so well captured. In terms of bringing this sort of thing up in future, I'd probably just say I would have loved the nose to have been as sharp as the eyes with this particular image, just because, you know, we're drawn in through that beautiful wet nose, and I just would have loved to see that little texture a little bit more. But well done, a silver award, and a beautiful, humorous and gorgeous image.
Awesome, thank you very much. Can we have the next image, please? Thank you for stepping in there, Catherine.
Rose?
Scores, please, judges. And we have a score of 78. Solid bronze award. And Karen, would you like to comment on this image?
Oh yeah, I think it's a beautiful image, and I guess in the context of the awards, we don't know the story about who these people are, what their connection is, why one baby is on that feeding device and the others aren't. So it's a beautiful, stunning image, and I think it sits really well in that bronze award area. But I guess that's the context of the awards, is that we don't know all of the story.
Awesome, thank you very much. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 86, silver with distinction. And we have a challenge from Tony. He's on 92.
Yeah, I'm on 92. I just love judging and how you can look at something and think that's great, so you put in a score and then think, what the hell am I going to say? And this is how I feel about this image. It's some images are just so hard to explain, what you like about them. But I feel that the soul of this girl. I feel a strong sense of character in the posing and in her clothing. Also seeing a vulnerable side with looking to the side and downwards, and just all the foliage and the wild hair. I just think the layering of this is just at another level, and the finishing of this is beautiful. But it's just a very soulful portrait that's been very well handled, and I think you really understand. Feel like you get an understanding of this person. So I've scored it 92.
Thank you. Karen, I'm going to come to you. Oh, you're on 67. Yep.
Yeah, I think I just need more time with this image. It's sometimes a case of when we see an image to start with, we don't understand it, we don't have enough time to sit with it. So as I sit with it, I'm seeing a lot more. And I would like to hear from the other judges in what they are actually seeing in the story here, because I think there is a story that I didn't pick up on at the start. So.
Okay, we've got a couple of people going to have a comment. I'm going to come to Chris maybe first off.
Okay, well, I was on 77, so we got a huge range of scores. I thought this was a really strong story. You use a technique like this and you want to make sure it benefits the story. What the subject is wearing is masculine in kind of where they're facing forward, and it's very feminine when they're facing to the side. So to me, there's a story in here about gender identity and being unsure, this young person trying to figure themselves out. So, and I was probably a bit mean on 77. Where I have a concern, and Tony, please help me with this one, in that towards the bottom right of the image, there's kind of a vignette where the whole image has been handled so gracefully, but there's almost a vertical line of white vignette that isn't as wonderful as the rest of the image. And that's probably the thing that's going to keep me out of a super high score, but I am going to come up.
I'm going to come to Mandy first, and then I'll come to Melissa.
No, go to Melissa, because I said what I was going to say.
Okay, that's cool. Thank you, Melissa.
Yeah, so I scored this image 88, and I was probably lacking courage, so thank you, Tony. What I enjoy to begin with is just the incredible intensity and engagement in that face, the vulnerability. But I saw it as the reason for this. It was the, sort of the public presence, the outward, which was the traditional with the tie and, the structured clothing, and then the wildness, the internal, the freedom, that search for freedom and organic nature with the hair blowing and the florals, which contrast directly that. So for me, I saw this was a very internal versus external image. I quite enjoy the extra elements that are behind the image, like the floral to the right that Chris has referred to, and even the sort of the floral piece at the top. For me, I see this, it is absolutely beautiful to look at. There is information, there is detail, but cohesively it gives us a really strong storyline, and it has such strong intent. So yeah, I'm coming up to gold as well.
And we're going to come back to you, Tony, for right of reply.
Yeah, Chris, I can't really explain that line, but if I look at it down the bottom, it doesn't really bother me because of the the strong structure of the shirt and the tie. So I don't really get sort of hung up down there. But also I've spent my whole career telling people that the female form is beautiful and it's S lines and stuff like that. And now that I just don't say that. It's such an old-fashioned way to look at things. So I see the power and the strength of this person straight on in a strong way, and I feel that that's her sense of character. Maybe it's what she wants to portray of herself. So you can sort of bring those meanings in there, and just seeing the softness of her face falling away. I think this is very complex, and there's so many readings, and I implore you guys to bring it up to a low gold, please.
Thank you very much. Can I get all judges to rescore? Tony, you enter 92. Your score is locked. And we have a score of 90, gold award. Good discussions, everybody. Fantastic outcome, and congratulations to the photographer. Can we please have the next image? And we have a score of 80, silver award. And I'm going to get a comment from Melissa.
I think this is a really lovely portrait of this particular family environment. I think there's, the humour and the cats and the dog and human look the most comfortable. In terms of improving it, I'd probably look at just your lighting control a little bit more. So really lighting the areas that you want us to be drawn into. So obviously some of the brighter area is the light coming from this side and lighting the dog and the textures of the fabric. So maybe just look at feathering that around just to take that light off the foot and those sort of areas and just direct it more in here. But well done.
Awesome. Yeah, and other judges are in agreement with you on those comments. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a silver award at 83.
Oh, yeah.
You can challenge there, Mandy.
Brilliant. Oh, what a beautiful character story. And I can't fault the post-production. I can't fault the lighting. There's really nothing much I can fault here. And I just keep getting drawn into this character. So I believe that warrants a silver distinction. So tell me why not?
Okay, I'm going to come to Melissa, who's on 81.
Am I the lowest? Wow. Okay.
You are. You're all very close together, actually.
Yeah, okay. So I scored this in the silver range. Completely agree with Mandy. The character is really intriguing, and his intense expression is beautiful, and I enjoy seeing the pores and the skin and the texture of the hair and those incredible eyes. So I did struggle a little bit with the hand. I felt it did detract a little bit from me, not in terms of the pose, just in terms of the consistency of lighting, that it seemed a little bit darker. And yes, while I understand that if it was lighter, it would have been a distracting element because it would have let us in, but it distracts to me because it's a little bit darker. In saying that, I've given it a silver award, and I enjoy the intensity. I guess for a silver with distinction or a gold, I'm just looking for a little bit more information, maybe a little bit more space, and a bit more background or context.
Awesome. Karen?
Yeah, I love this. I don't want to pick fault at it because it is so well done. But there are some little specks of lit up dust that are distracting next to the hat on the right-hand side, and down below. They're very, very tiny, but down below on the left-hand side. And it's just something that I would have liked to see picked up and fixed before entering to kick it up to that silver distinction range.
Awesome. And we will come back to Mandy for right of reply.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find the.
It's small.
Yeah, okay. I'm like, whoa, where is this? Way zoomed out. In terms of more of a story, I think sometimes we can load images with so much. Here, let me try to explain exactly what I'm trying to do with this. And this has peeled all that back. It just takes you into this eyes of the sailor, and you feel his beauty, you feel his strength, you feel his character, and I feel that deserves a silver distinction, and because it's not so far in your face.
Hey, judges, can you all rescore, please? And it's moved up 1 point. It is now sitting on 84, very solid silver. Thank you, and good discussion. Great feedback for the photographer. Can we please have the next image? And we have a score of 70, solid professional practice. And can I have a comment from Tony, please?
Nice processing with the black and white. Just watch your lead-in lines being overly too strong, and good portrait photography is about expression. So this needs a little bit of work.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Tony. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 72, solid professional practice. And I'm going to get Melissa for a comment, please.
A lovely moment, well seen, lovely location. Only thing I would potentially look at is consider that your coloration and your lighting is going to guide your viewer as to where their eyes are going to sit. So I find in this one we're being drawn out to the sunset to the left. So I would have loved that placement just in a little bit more in the image to keep us centered around those critical elements of the dogs and the background. But lovely concept, and I've enjoyed it.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 73. Solid professional practice. And I'm going to call on Karen for a comment, please.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lovely sharp shot with a beautiful reflection and the moment that's great. The thing that pulled me back from going higher would be I think the sepia tone pulls us away from what's going on. It's hard to see what's going on. We're a little bit lost in the image. Perhaps going back to the colour might result in a stronger piece.
Awesome, thank you. Can we have the next image, please? And just one more score to come through. And we have a score of 74. Again, solid professional practice. Can I get a comment, please, from Tony?
I think the expressions here are very, very good. Just watch your lighting. It seems to be falling on the child on the box a wee bit more than the boy on the ground. So just make sure you keep your balance right. But great expressions. Nice portrait.
Thank you, Tony. Can we please have the next image? And we have a score of 73. Solid professional practice. And can I get a comment, please, from Karen?
This is a nice image. I feel like it's about her personality and taming her wild hair, although I'm not getting that same feel from her face expression, and it's feeling a little bit too cool overall. So I would just suggest maybe just have a look at the white balance, the toning and expression to lift it a bit higher, but great effort.
Awesome, thank you very much. Can we please have the next image? And we have a score of 75, bronze award. And I'm going to call on Chris for a comment, please.
What a cool portrait. I have to give props to the photographer for the raised eyebrow and the head tilted just so, because this guy's personality is just pouring out of the screen. So yeah, really well done.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 73. Again, solid professional practice. Mandy, have you got a comment for the photographer here? You right there, Mandy, or do you want me to go to someone else? Karen, are you able to? Melissa, you got? Yep. If you can have a comment. Oh, oh no, I'm not on mute. Melissa, have you got a comment?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think there's a lot of energy in this image. It's been well handled and well crafted. It's sitting in professional practice. I think maybe just to create, just to get some of that shape and angle a little bit more, maybe a different lens choice or coming a little bit closer to the subject to be able to really feel that energy a little bit more, might lift it a bit more. But lovely, lovely example. Well done.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that feedback. Now we're going to have a little judge change. I'm going to get Catherine to come in. And Karen, if you can just take a little break. And Chris, same with you. I'm going to get Rocco to come in and you can have a little break for us. So I've got Rocco, Mandy, Tony, Catherine and Melissa are currently on the judging panel. Okay, can we have the next image, please? Oh, Melissa, have you got you still you right?
That's all right. I'm
not still engaged and looking at the image.
I was, but that's all right.
Okay, and we have a score of 83. And I'm going to get a comment from Rocco.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this this piece. I enjoyed all the different personalities and the stories. What held me back, I guess, from going higher was just the heavy treatment and contrast of the final, post-production look about it. But yeah, very, very cleverly done. Very nice.
Awesome. Thank you very much. So that was a silver award at 83. Can I have the next image, please? And we have a score of 82. Yeah, silver award. We are going to have a challenge from Catherine, who is sitting on 88.
Yeah, what a lovely image. This is really cool. This is one of the ones you kind of want to sit with a little bit longer, I think. Yeah, pretty masterfully done on the technical front, and there's just so much humor in this. You're going around all these dogs. Every single one of them is about the anticipation, I think, maybe about the peanut butter in the middle. So it's all about the tongues all the way around the image. It took me a little while to find the tongue of the one on the right there because it's black, and I was thinking, what have I got the right theme here? But and then the one on the top there is just dribbling with anticipation. I find every single image is really, really strong here in the personality, and then you get into the center with that. I don't know if that's like, oh, don't look, I'm raiding the peanut butter, or sort of, whoops, I've been busted or something. But there's so much story here, and then I feel like the photographer is also the way they've presented this to us. There's been a lot of thought, with the 4 darker circles on the corners there. Just heaps and heaps of personality. That little sneer of the lad down the bottom left. Yeah, tell me what's not to love in this. This is pretty cool, I think.
Okay, I'm going to come to Melissa, who's on 76, and she did admit she was a dog lover.
I am. And I love these dogs' expressions. The concept is great, and from the dribble and the tongues and the drools. And I looked at it as a portrait of peanut butter, and that obviously all dogs love peanut butter. Who doesn't love peanut butter? There was a couple of things. So I put it into a bronze award, and I felt it was, it definitely was worthy of an award. There was a couple of things that I struggled with as a visual piece. I would have loved, I questioned why we had some dogs on a darker background and some dogs on a lighter background. And whilst we might think, well, that works to work in with that dog to give more separation, I found that I was drawn to the lighter and the darker backgrounds, which distracted me from the actual dog's expression. So I found that the design for me, in terms of the backgrounds and the shapes, detracted, and it became more of a feature, perhaps overlooking the dog's expressions, which is magnificent. So that's why I put it into a bronze award. I think I'm clearly a little bit low in that, so I'm obviously listening. And but yeah, well done on the expressions. They're gorgeous.
Thank you. And anyone else wanting to comment on this, or are we happy to go back to Catherine? No, it looks like we are happy to go back to Catherine for a right reply.
Yeah, Melissa, for me, that choice to put the paler dogs on the dark background completely works. And I think that rather than it being cohesive to have them all on the same pale background, you would have found that actually quite distracting, because you would have been trying to find those pale dogs. They just would have become pale blobs. As it is, there's beautiful contrast throughout the image, that their eyes really stand out because of that darkness. This is just a bit of fun done extremely well. It's not a really strong story. I don't feel at all that this is a portrait of peanut butter. I think this is a portrait of fantastic range of personalities. And I'm not a dog person. I'd just like to make that clear either. I just think this photographer has done an excellent job here. There's nothing really to fault. The only negative thing I heard you say there, Melissa, was portrait of peanut butter, which I disagree with, and then about the choice of the backgrounds. But for me, that really, really works. So I'm very happy with my 88 silver distinction.
Awesome. Judges, can I get you all to rescore, please? So currently the image is on 82. And it moves to 84, 2 points. So those 2 points may make all the difference in terms of whether this entrant goes through to the finals. Now I'm going to have a judge change. Sarah Lee, I'm going to get Mandy, if you can take a break. I'm going to get Sarah Lee to come in. Thank you. And can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 78, solid bronze.
Can I challenge that again?
Yeah, of course you can. You can challenge that. Catherine, you're an 83.
Yeah, so I'm not that much higher than the average, but I am in a low silver for this. I think this photographer has conveyed a very clear narrative here. You know, this is, well, to me at least, this is the Mad Hatter. And I think they've found a very good subject to help them convey their theme, just the enthusiasm that's gone into this pose and expression here. And even actually that mouthful of teeth that they're all over the show, that sort of adds to this whole sense of craziness here. I think it's been well lit with that little bit of rim lighting there to help it pop off the background. So yeah, technically well handled, cool concept. And yeah, I guess I just want to reward the photographer with a little bit more for the creativity of how and the simple way that they presented this narrative to us.
Thank you. Tony, I'm going to come to you. You're on 75.
Yeah, I think I'll actually come up into low silver. I sort of just wondered about the background and everything, just sort of not quite feeling up to par as much as the character, really. But I'm definitely going to come up into low silver.
Thank you. Is anyone else wanting to comment? Okay, Catherine, right back to you.
Oh, thank you, Tony. I feel that the background sort of gives the feeling of the circus performer kind of vibe here. So for me, that's working really well. I'm just looking at the criteria for silver. High level of visual communication, we've got that. Interpretation of subject, we've got that. We've got high the interpretation of emotion, very high level of craft skill and technique. You know, so I'm not actually asking for too much, but I think this sits very, very comfortably in the silver range. So hope to see you there.
Awesome. Can we all rescore, judges? Catherine, have you entered the same score? And we have a silver award at 80. Well done.
Thanks, guys.
And can we have the next image, please? Michael, can we just get the next image, please? Thank you. And one more. And we have a score of 91, gold award. And we are going to have a challenge from Tony, who is sitting on 98.
Yeah, because I did the prelims, I've been able to study the images and judge them before in a way, I suppose. But yeah, this to me is just phenomenal. The quality and the detailing here, and sense of character and wonderment. The colorations are superb. It just keeps giving. The closer you get in there, the more you see. I can't say I completely understand the story, but there's some other people up in gold, so I'm sure that somebody else will be able to explain that a wee bit better than me. But it's really, for me, it's how it emotionally gets to me when it first comes up, and I think this just has the ethereal underworld quality, and it's just simply stunning and well deserved of a 98 Gold Wolf distinction.
Okay, I'm going to come to you, Melissa. You're sitting on 84.
Yeah, and I think this image, it is masterfully crafted. There's no doubt about that. I think it's an image that you need to sit with for a period of time to be able to interpret it. There is so much going on this image. It is absolutely beautiful. I guess I'm struggling with a couple of things. I'm looking to try and resolve the image. I'm looking for what the message is, what nymph this is, or what is the message? Why have we applied this technique, and what is the message that I'm to take away from this? And I guess that's what I'm wanting. There's a couple of things, but nothing that like I would like some lighting just in that top little area, just toned down a bit. But I'm not going to take away from it. It is masterfully created. I just need to know the why at this point in time to bring me up.
I will come to you, Catherine, but I probably will come to a couple of other judges as well. Go for it, Catherine.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah. I thought I had to wait.
Sorry, no.
Okay, so the why for me, the story that I'm getting here, and I have no idea if I'm on the right track, but it's a story. I think this is all about oil and fossil fuels and what we're burning to heat our cities. You know, if you look in closely there with her fingers absolutely dripping with the oil, and then the flames coming out of the city, the buildings there, and then the underside of her arms, it's sort of they're all black with these gloves, and it looks like burning embers. So, and then you've got the black smoke coming up over the breast area and sort of off to the side, and then we've got animals in what she's wearing, the snake, and on her arm there, this little lizard. I mean, it could sort of be seen as a she's Earth, Mother Nature, and this is the damage that we're doing. And you know, she's bleeding oil from her nose. That's what I'm getting anyway. So yeah, I was on 94. It's technically absolutely outstanding. I think it's beautifully lit, and for me, it has got actually quite a strong narrative as well. So yeah, I'm coming up with you, Tony.
Rocco, have you got anything you're wanting to comment on?
No, I mean, I really enjoyed the styling, and I think post-production wise, it's been beautifully handled. The color palette, everything about it, just it's very, very, very well thought of. My issue is with the flames and the way they've been handled. For me, even though it is part of the story, it's actually become a distraction because they haven't been handled well in post-production at all, and that's what's holding me back from joining everyone. But I'm prepared to give it a few more points, but I'm not sure if it's a gold distinction though.
Awesome. Sarah Lee, you had your hand up before. You wanted to comment?
I definitely see the Mother Nature and how she's burning from the oil in the cities and everything that's corrupting her. That's the storyline I see as well. The styling, I think, because there's so much detail in it, there's a definite difference between the plastic flowers or foliage and what's real. I find some of the plastic ones just too shiny and reflective, and that's quite distracting. And I definitely agree with Rocco in terms of the flames. They and the buildings themselves sort of are a little too plasticky for the rest of it, which is so beautifully believable. So yeah, that's what I've got to add.
Okay, I'm going to come to Catherine now for right of reply.
Tony, I think.
Oh, sorry, Tony for right of reply.
You're way better than what I did, though, so I can understand the mistake there. Yeah, no, I think, Catherine really just nailed it. I'm surprised her very low score of 94. With that story, but yeah, I think you just needed to sit with it to understand it. You know, you're looking at something very beautiful, but just getting that storyline. But then, as soon as Catherine said that, I'm like, oh, that's it, all right. That's what it's all about. And I have no problem with the flames. I mean, this is not real. This is an interpretation, and I think the flames look fine. Sometimes you can just start nitpicking, getting onto little bits and pieces, but the whole overall thing is stunning. And I'm hoping everybody's going to come up to 98 and give this image what it deserves. It's near perfection.
Thank you, Tony. Can I get you to all rescore, judges? And Tony, if you can enter 98, was that where your score was? And we have a score of 95, gold with distinction. So congratulations to the photographer. Now I'm going to do a judge change. I'm going to bring Sarah, oh no, Sarah, where are we? Sorry guys, just one moment. Oh, right, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we've got, can I bring Mandy back in, please? Mandy and Rocco, if you can take a break. We've got Mandy, Sarah Lee, Tony, Catherine and Melissa. And can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 88, solid silver with distinction. And we have 2 challenges, and I am actually going to take the challenge from Tony, who is on 92.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. So, you know, obvious story here. You know, we're coming out of the, you know, out of the cover, but the image quality here is mind blowing. Beautiful lighting. Just look at all the textures in those blacks. And the only thing that why I didn't go higher was just that little bit of face just behind beautiful lady's head there, just with the background person. So otherwise I would have been, you know, even a lot higher. But you know, great storytelling here. Masterful control of all the elements in this picture. And yeah, I'd love to have a bit of a chat about this.
Okay, and I'm going to come to Melissa, who was on 82.
Yeah, and the moment I entered it, you know, you sit there with 2 numbers going through your head, 88, 82, 88, 82, 82, and then you go, I should have gone 88. And I'm completely, you know, like you sit there and go, oh, I've got to make a decision, and you do that. So instantly I regretted not putting in 88. So that's an easy bit. In terms of the image, certainly that face that isn't resolved just to the left of the face. You know, I'm wondering, that's been a very deliberate choice, because this has been so well handled. Why has that been put there? And I'm sure there is a reason for it. In terms of the handling, the file handling is beautiful. Obviously, the rebirth concept, I can't take away from that. But I guess in terms of looking at a gold, I'm wanting a reason for that choice as to why they've left that one element, which does just move me sideways. But in saying that, I will, you know, I should have entered the 88 to start with, and so I'm certainly listening.
Awesome, Sarah Lee.
My interpretation of that slight peak of the face leads to the rebirth book, obviously means passing on. In order to be reborn, you must die, so to speak. So perhaps the person we only see a glimpse of their face is the person who's just passed on to the other side, hence why everyone's covered in the black shrouds as well. I don't know why she's in a turning pose. I don't know how that death and rebirth would relate to her turning away. And I don't know why some are in a satin and some are in a lace shroud. Perhaps there's more to the story there that I don't understand, but my interpretation is that the person turning away is passing away.
Okay, and I'm going to go to Catherine, who's on 91.
Yeah, so I went straight to gold with this and wish I'd gone to a slightly stronger gold. I totally agree, Melissa, that face is absolutely deliberate. For me, I read that as somebody who wants to help this woman. You know, she's obviously emotional, and there's this thing with everybody else has got their backs turned. That person, to me, feels that technically, you know, socially, the pressure is on to turn their backs on this woman, and she just is feeling for her and is just wanting to turn back and help. So I read that as a different narrative from you, Sarah Lee, but I get a really strong emotional feeling from that. So yeah, I'm going to come up a bit.
Awesome. And Tony, I'm going to come back to you for right or reply.
Much more to say, but Catherine, you can actually change your score.
I know, yeah.
and just now, you sort of said 82, 88, 82, 88. How about 88, 92, 88? and but yeah, no, this, all jokes aside, this deserves a goal. Let's get it there, guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Tony. Can I get all judges to rescore? Tony, if you can enter the same score. And we have a solid gold at 92. Congratulations. Well done to the photographer. And I'll just get Rocco back in for the last one. Sorry, Mandy. Thank you for stepping in for that one.
Oh, yep.
And can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 74. A solid professional practice. And can I get a comment from Melissa, please?
Yeah, I think this is a really lovely, genuine portrait, you know, from the oil that's dripping in the background and the gun and the underwater helmet. And, you know, there's so many intriguing little elements in here. I would have loved some things just maybe to look at just some of the levels and the lines and distortions. So potentially consider either moving camera angles or doing that in post-production. And in this kind of environment, because there is so much background which gives relevance, I'd probably look at maybe even looking at a monochrome or something like that to avoid things like where the, you know, the rooster, I think it's a rooster, I'm a city girl, is then meeting the logo, you know, and it would simplify the background and separate the subject. But lovely portrait, interesting character, well done.
Awesome, thank you very much. And judges and audience, that is the last image in the category. So well done and congratulations to all of the entrants. Some absolutely amazing images that we've been able to judge today. A huge thank you to Ilford for sponsoring the category, the Portrait Open category. We will probably just now go and have another look at the slideshow of all entries entered into the category. And we will see you back here tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning to judge the expressive category. So thank you so much, judges, and thank you to the team around New Zealand who are working hard behind the scenes. Good night.
See everyone.
Bye.